Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of Murph Plays The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild for the Nintendo Switch. I'm Murph Strange. This is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild for, obviously, the Nintendo Switch. And today we are going to be hopefully the penultimate Korok seed hunt. As you can see, we've got a pretty good band of seeds scattered throughout the Gerudo Highlands. They are all over the place. And we got a few down here in the Lake Hylia area yet to get through. Also, on our objectives today, we have 1, 2, and 3 final stone taluses to take care of. So we're going to deal with those, finally be done with that, get our medal from Kilton. Depending upon how long it takes for us to finish all of this, we may just go ahead and try to finish up the Korok seed hunt today. We will still have a couple things left to do game-wise, because we've still got to complete the Hyrule Compendium. There is a little reward for doing that. It's about as useful as the reward we get for all 900 Korok seeds, but nonetheless, this is a 100% attempt. So we are going to attempt it 100%. All right, where was our first? We want to go northwest up to the Zoni Ruins. That's this way. Now, those 3 stone taluses that we have left, I did verify their location. So, if they don't show up today, it is because the game has decided to hide them from us. But that's where they're supposed to be. That's where we'll hopefully find them. here. I'm messing with the wrong volume bar. And that will come back to bite me later. I was adjusting the volume for the GameCube instead of the Wii. Or, Switch. I don't know why the volume is so quiet today. Oh, we overshot it. We need to go south. And because we don't need to be eating lightning all day, should be right on this road somewhere. Okay, I think I see it. What are we expected to do with this? Ah, that's... Why does that one slide off immediately the moment I touch the other one? Hooray! Oh yeah, I forgot to open my counters. Let's get that open. Just doing some quick math in my head here. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't have my controls to open the or to update the counters set up like I normally do. or normally have been doing since I started putting counters on the screen. Which is a recent development, but I think it makes it a little more interesting, putting some stats up on the screen. That way you at home, following along, have something to go by as far as what sort of progress we're making here. And that one was pretty easy, right? We have 130 left to find. Alright, let's grab those two and then try to get the bridge. I think this is the northernmost of those two. Well, that was pretty easy. Alright, now we turn south. And there should be one down this way somewhere. So, really? That was your plan? I almost feel bad for them. Almost. I mean, it's real close. Real close. Is that another one I heard? It was, wasn't it? Alright. Alright. There are a lot on the bridge. We've already gotten one of them. We got the easiest one there was to get on the bridge. But under and around and all over that bridge, there are so many seeds. Or seeds. Now, it's probably going to be hard to keep track of exactly which ones we've picked up. I do believe one of them is a follow the flower, which I kind of want to save for last. The Banana Clan is getting awfully anxious. And yes, I will forever call them the Banana Clan. Or the Banana Cult. Because that's as serious as I can take them. Hey look, we found one. Grab onto something, Link. Anything. Any darn thing at all. Yeah. You bum. Of course we have to waste it by slamming right into an overhead. That's exactly how I expect something like that to go. Well, we can wait out the rain, or we can wait and see if our gale recharges fast enough. Should be about a minute. So anyway, this is going to be a long session. I've been planning to make this a long session today. Um, Pretty much all week. I'm going to stream for about the next let's see, maybe 5-ish hours. Something like that. In that time, I'm hoping... Oh, and then I fell. Hey, there's a treasure chest. What's in it? Money? A bow. Alright.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Want to make sure my head clears the thing. Okay, so that's the flower, right? Oh, of course you would have to be at the worst angle for that, too. Yeah, that's the flower. We want to do that one last. Goodbye! And the reason we're doing the flower last is because I honestly have no idea where it's going to take us. And I want to make sure we're not going to be dealing with a bunch of those guys while we're trying to cling to the side of a bridge. So, you know, just trying to be smart about how we do stuff. So we got that one. And that one. And I think this one is throwing rocks off the bridge. No, this one is a different one. The throwing rocks off the bridge is up further. Okay, I don't think it's under. Seriously. Charge up your stamina, dude. I mean, I know we're not going to need all 3 wheels to get over this little bit, but hey, weirder stuff has happened, you know? Especially to me playing this game. Alright, so... where is this one? I don't know. We'll come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. Oh, hey, it's our good friend the dragon. And banana cult. Why don't I have a sword? When were we notified of that? Nonsense. Yeah, we'll use this. Why not? Okay, let's see. Well, that didn't work at all. Am I going to be able to stand on this? Probably not. Okay. You could throw the darn thing, Link. I mean, come on. I only tapped that button like 6 times before he hit the edge. It does seem, though, if I can get some distance, I should be able to roll a rock across here and into there. If I can keep from falling off the darn thing. I certainly wish we could get rid of Farash right now.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Dude's gonna screw up my progress by electrocuting me. Can pretty much guarantee that's gonna happen. Are you making another lap? He's making another lap. Alright. R is to throw. Throw. What was that? Come on, Link. Throw the rock. Throw it. Well, at least we threw it and got the stupid seed. Get up. Can't believe you let them get to you. It's 5 a.m. They're not even supposed to be alive right now. What are you... Okay, we're just gonna run out of health, or run out of stamina. Drop down. There we go. Okay, so there's that one and that one left. I'm looking for like some kind of archery target or something. We got the balloon. But I think there was also a... like a hanging... Korok jar. Or some such thing. Did the stasis slab. We did the balloon. Ah, okay. This one's dumb. And also over here. Okay, that was entirely useless. Thanks for wasting the last of Rivali's Gale to accomplish nothing, Link. You are brilliant.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Throwing away a perfectly good weapon to pick up this tree branch. Like I said, that one's stupid. Uh, where? Grab onto something. Come on. Link, you can be worthless sometimes. There we go. We did it. Okay. And that's the bridge. Thank God we're done. Once again, I would like to mention we are using the IGN wiki for Breath of the Wild. Well, hello, Knitting Link. Yes, I am on. I got started early, so you don't have the time wrong. I just wanted to make sure that I got plenty of time for this one. Have you missed a lot? Not really. I think we've done maybe 10 of them. Most of them were on this bridge. We've done 12 since I started. In the grand scheme of things, you haven't missed much at all. And there's always the VOD. You'll know those 12 that you missed are going to be right at the beginning of this stream. So, we've been on for about 45 minutes. So you really have only missed that little bit. And most of it was me being frustrated at Link's inability to grab onto things. Yeah, this is probably not going to go very well. But if I can get to the top... There we go. There we go. Alright, 120 left, and they're all up here and in here. Let's clear the shore there, and then grab these on the outer edge. and then work our way through here. And then we'll work our way up. We're gonna have to go for a swim. Yeah, I don't have anything else going on today, and unless the weather forces my kid's school to close, I plan on just doing this until I have to go pick him up. And I'm hoping we'll get through as many Korok seeds as we can. I'd like to get through the rest of them today, since we only have 120 left. That's really not that many compared to the full 900 of them. I do get the feeling, though, that we're going to get down to like the last few and realize we have run out of locations on the map to find, which will mean that I have missed some somewhere. And that's when the search is going to get tough. I'd like to hope that that's not going to happen, but when you're doing a search for 900 little things, there's a pretty good chance something like that's going to happen. We're not trying to mark more, we're trying to mark less. That is correct, that the amount really does not equal time, because some of these are going to be more difficult than others. But we have about 5 hours, 4 hours left here to get through about 120. As long as I didn't screw up and mismark some, or something silly like that, like, I think that should be enough time to get through them all. I think. Unless, like, the last 100 of them just prove to be increasingly difficult. But since it seems like they're all just kind of a fairly random mix, some of them are going to be just, oh, pull up a rock. Others are going to be do the puzzle. Some of those are going to be harder versions where they hide the block really well. Some of those are going to be, you know, stupid simple versions where the block is available and just in the wrong spot. Some of those even pull up the rock part are going to be really simple, where it's just right there out in the open, not even going to have to look that hard. Some of them are going to be, oh, it's hidden in a cave, buried under some rocks that you have to blow up, but you can only see them from this certain angle, and, like, they're way up high on this ledge. You know, that kind of thing. But, given the pace we've torn through these in the past, I think we can get them all done today. I think. I hope. I mean, if at the end of 4 hours we're still looking at, like, 50 left, I'm still gonna say that's a good day. That's not bad. Alright. See, like this one, we've got the puzzle. Where's the block? There it is. See, they could have got real creative and really hid that thing on us. Some of them have done that. Oh, did I forget to mark the last one? I must have. Because our Korok seed count should be, like, I know in the last digit place, where it's a 2, we need to have one higher than that because we've spent 441 seeds. So if we add 441 to that, yeah. Now we're right. Now our count is right. Trying to keep an accurate count as best I can, because... Oh, he still got me. Gotta keep my phone notifications on because we do have some weather happening out there. When I say the only thing that's going to cut this stream short is my kid's school closing due to weather. That's no joke. We might be in for a blizzard today. It's about a 50-50 chance. We were supposed to get a pretty good snowstorm yesterday, I think? Last night? Never really hit, but then this other one kind of developed behind where that one was. And that one's dropped a bit of snow, but, like, I don't know if it's enough to... I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to close school or not. We definitely have the wind necessary to make it a blizzard. Hey, Ube, welcome to the chat. I was just mentioning we're probably going to be in for a very long stream today. Hopefully. But if the weather turns bad on us, that'll be the only thing that I'll probably have to shorten the stream for today. Otherwise, I intend for this one to be like a good 4 or 5 hours. We've been at it for almost an hour now. Um, I honestly have no idea. I've been the frame drops. I don't know if that's streaming. I don't know if that's you guys picking up uh the stream just, is sluggish on your end. I'm watching from a TV that's connected directly to the Switch. Uh, it's got a splitter that feeds that signal into my computer. OBS doesn't seem to be causing any issues there. So it's not the processing software. The bit rate seems to be a pretty steady. Occasionally it does dip, but it does seem to be steadily around 2,500 kilobytes per second. Every once in a while, though, it'll drop down to like 1,900 kilobytes per second. I mean, it's not a massive drop; it's still in the green. Um, the connections here are usually pretty good. Drop frames is showing 0. But that, that's just like for their processing. That's not, that's not gonna tell the full story of like, what the connection's like between me and the Twitch server and between you and the Twitch server as the audience. So, but as far as the OBS processing, there's nothing to be concerned about there. My connection seems to be okay, but we have been having some weather issues. So, to be honest, I couldn't say for certain where the issue is. Not with 100% certainty, anyway. Yeah, the Wi-Fi would have to be at your end, because I'm using straight-up Ethernet. Like, there's a hardline connection from my computer out to the rest of the world. So I mean, I do have Wi-Fi, but I'm not on the Wi-Fi with my main computer because I know if I'm going to be doing this streaming stuff, I'm going to want a better connection than Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm pretty clever when it comes to the networking. Back when I was streaming Netflix to my Nintendo Wii, I was able to get subpar internet connection to stream Netflix with no buffering. Like, that's how clever I can get with the networking, but I shouldn't be experiencing any kind of problems like that on my end with this setup. because there's not a whole lot of factors between my computer and my service provider, my IPS. There's one little box that the cable connects to from the wall, and then there's an Ethernet cable coming off of that, and both of those cables are new. The box is new. The network adapter is new. And they're all properly configured. So, if I'm experiencing frame drops, it's gotta be weather, or it's gotta be a connection issue between the ISP and Twitch. Yeah, I know I've got plenty of speed for doing a Twitch stream. Like, I ain't on gigabit or anything like that. I wish we had that out here. But I am on the highest connection available
Rivali's gale is
out
now
here.
ready.
So. Ah, the whole trick with the channels thing is, you should really stick to, and, like, this is going to be a problem if your neighbors don't know this rule, but you should stick to just a certain few channels, because they'll operate in parallel without a whole lot of crossover. But it's specific channels. It's like channel 6 and channel 11 and channel 3 or something like that. I can't remember the exact numbers. But anyone broadcasting on any channel that isn't, like, the select 3 is actually causing interference. I don't know if the 5G, 5 gigahertz routers, I don't know if the 5 gigahertz wireless routers have the same problem, but I know the 2.4s did back when I was messing with those. Because they were the ones that had, like, 11 different channels you could broadcast on. And that was that one, right? Yeah, I think that was that one. Five gigahertz does have that same problem. See, I suspected as much because it's not like the technology is a whole lot different. Yeah, Bluetooth. That one was fun. Oh, the in-laws. Fun, fun. Yeah, I used to, when I was at a friend's place, run into an issue where their router was set to the exact same frequency as their cordless phone. So when I was there and I was working on my laptop, connected to their internet, they were on, Ethernet connections, the two of them, but I was on the Wi-Fi because I would just bring my laptop over. But every time I'd be in the middle of something, their mother would call and kick me off the internet. because the cordless phone would ring and interrupt my signal. It was so annoying. It was so annoying. I had to convince them that this was an issue that they really needed to do something about because like their phone was on the same channel as their Wi-Fi. Uh, they weren't too keen on having to do anything about it because it didn't really affect them. Because, I mean, their computers were Ethernet connected desktops that, they weren't experiencing that problem. It wasn't until they tried to get Netflix streaming in their living room, which was far enough away from their office that they couldn't run an Ethernet connection, that they finally realized the scope of this problem. And they finally fixed their stupid settings on their Wi-Fi so that people would stop getting kicked off the Ethernet. I think that's that one. I think that's that one. But it was hilarious because I'd go over there after work. My kid would still be with the sitter for a while, so I'd have a little bit of time to work on, some code or something. But then their mother, well, his mother, her mother-in-law, uh, had a habit of calling at around that time every day to give him the latest news on what's going on with the family. So, I would just get settled in to start working on some stuff while they're playing like World of Warcraft and Minecraft and everything. And I'd get kicked off the internet. So, it was kind of funny. Let's see. There should be a little lake if we keep heading south. Ugh. Okay. So it Aha! Yeah, we did follow the flower over there. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. Sorry, I'm trying my best to keep the map that we're working from, the in-game map, and my Korok seed counter all up to date, because if we have time, I want to finish these. Hey, survive the in-laws. Good job. Achievement unlocked. Do not get to spend the evening in the doghouse. There we go. And of course, it starts raining again. Seems like every time I put on these clothes, it starts to rain. I dress like a fish, it's dry as a bone. Is it this rock? It's that rock. Lingonberry jam? Ooh. See, I don't think I have ever enjoyed homemade jam. It might just be a thing that I may have to try to take up myself. Because, like, nobody I know, nobody I'm close with, does the whole making their own homemade jam thing. I've worked with people who do the homemade jam thing, but then, like, they're usually already, set for, oh, I have to make so many for these people and these people and these people, that, like, every batch is already claimed. Ah, you live in a place where you could forage for it, eh? That's got to be handy. Around here, I don't think we really have any berries that are decent for making jam. All right, which one is the sparkliness? That one. I am trying to update stuff. It would be great if you stopped shooting at me. That bow doesn't really shoot far, does it? Okay, so we've updated the counter, we've updated the map, we've updated the other map. There's a tree over here we have to climb. Go away, goat. Ain't nobody want nothing from you. There we go. Alright, so we got one left over here, and then we can head over into this wonderful mess. I'm gonna have to get the snow boots on. Alright, make sure our count is accurate. Nope, we gotta update the count. There we go. You literally have blueberries 10 yards away from you. So that's got to be nice. About 10 yards away from me, there's the lavender bush, which, you know, I mean that's great and all, but you really shouldn't eat lavender. You really shouldn't. Smells nice, tastes terrible. Or at least I think it tastes terrible. Tastes like flowers. But yeah, I've got a few books on things like you know, deep woods foraging and survival and things like that. And I've never identified anything around here that would pass as edible other than maybe possibly in an emergency. And then you're eating things like dandelions. You know, like you. Alright, let's clear this area first, and then we'll head up into the hills, and then we'll start making our way that way. Oh, yeah, no, we ain't got no need to mess with you guys. Yeah, I kind of live in the middle of nowhere, but it's a real nice place for, like, retirees. So, people do have, pretty nice yards around here. Pretty nice, flowers and stuff in their yards, but not a lot of edible stuff. Um, Not unless someone's got, like, a little backyard garden or something. Yeah, see, same around here. Like, if there's a raspberry bush, it's somebody's yard.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
We also get rhubarb around here. But again, I'm pretty sure that's a thing somebody planted because I don't think I don't think rhubarb is native to this area. But there have been patches of rhubarb in people's gardens around here. Because I did know some folks growing up that used to make, like, rhubarb pie and stuff. Which is a thing that seems weird to me because, like, stalks of rhubarb is, it's like almost a sweet celery, and they make a pie out of it. It's weird. It tastes fine, but the idea of it is just, I don't know. I don't know. But it's definitely a thing around here. But again, I don't think the rhubarb is native to this area. I think it's one of those things where, like, you only find it in gardens of people who are tending to it, like taking care of it and stuff, because, like, it ain't just gonna grow out here. That puts us at 4. Yeah. Not a bad find. Not what I was hoping to find, but not a bad find. Here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. I have a picture of that, right? Okay, good. And I have pocket space for it, so why not? Um, let's go grab those two, and then we'll clear those out. Oh, we are so close to being into the last 100 Korok seeds. Okay. Found him. Where did it go? There it is. I mean, if I ever get popular enough to become a Twitch affiliate, like, sure. But with the way things are currently, like, that's one of those things that's probably going to be an impossible kind of task to or goal to put on myself at this point. Uh, I'm not doing any kind of like advertising or anything for my stream or my content. I'm not promoting it in any way. Not promoting it really even on like Twitter or anything, any of my social media. Um, I've basically just been letting people find it naturally. If they get interested and they stick around, that's great. If not, meh. But to be an affiliate, you have to have an audience. You have to have a sizable audience. So far, I have you two, Ube and Knitting Link. Occasionally, some others pop in, but like I don't have a consistent audience, you know. And the benchmarks that Twitch has for being an affiliate or a partner or joining in on any of the here's how you can make money doing this kind of fun is you really have to
Rivali's
have
gale is
built
now
up
ready.
a pretty large community of followers. And I don't know, like I've never really understood what my appeal is to other people in any kind of way where I could leverage that into into furthering people's interest in me. Like it's just never been a thing I've been capable of. I feel like I'm plenty charismatic, you know, but yeah, turning that into people who want to hang around has it's not really been a thing I've ever been good at. So I just don't worry about it. I let people, if they want to hang around, they hang around. If they don't, they don't. You know? Cause sure, it would be cool to be paid to do something like this, but it's not my. It's not what's keeping me here. The idea that at some point I could get paid for this. No, what's keeping me here is I enjoy this. I enjoy playing video games. And I'm trying to get good at the video production aspect of things because uh, my goal in life is to be a magician with an act, with a stage show. Failing that, I at least want to be able to produce some kind of magic show. And I feel like the way for me to get from where I am currently to there is to learn to do as much of it as I can myself. And doing this Twitch streaming thing is great practice for that, because like OBS, not only is it great for streaming your, your Twitch content, it's also a very good video production tool. If you have multiple sources of media that you're trying to blend for your whatever it is you're trying to make, OBS does a great job of handling that. So, like learning how to do all of this stuff, it does open up quite a bit of possibilities for, if I wanted to make like instructional DVDs or just make a magic show that I could, possibly market to the, public access or something, you know? Or, I just broadcast it on my Twitch channel. Who knows? Also, the whole having a live audience to talk to is great practice for if I ever do get a stage show. I'll want to be able to talk to my audience. I'm not going to want to be up there stuttering and, like, oh, it's a large crowd. I'm so nervous. No. I mean, not that I've really ever dealt with stage fright. Like, I've done theater. I've worn a dress in front of hundreds of my closest friends, family, and neighbors on stage. I didn't die of embarrassment or anything. I did a pretty good job with that. So, the stage fright thing isn't really much of a problem. It's the having practice working with an audience, building rapport, and, things like that. Things that you really got to work with to get smooth with in order to really pull off some kinds of tricks that, you would do with a volunteer, that kind of thing. Now, my audience here on Twitch is rather small, but it's still an audience, so I still consider it some practice. It might not be, a lot of practice, but it's something. Now, if a byproduct of me being on Twitch if a byproduct of me being on Twitch is that eventually I qualify for becoming an affiliate or a partner, and I plan to continue being on Twitch for the time being, at least, like, yeah, I'll sign up for that, but like the distance from here to there would be not even worth worrying about at this point, because like I don't have the kind of audience that they require as a benchmark for that, because we're talking hundreds of people got to be following me. I have 22 maybe that are following me. So, we're a long ways from needing to even have any kind of conversation about that. Now, as far as like the amount of content I make and whatnot being there, oh yeah, I'm already hitting those numbers. Like, I'm broadcasting 5 days a week usually. as long as I adhere to my schedule. And usually at least a couple of hours. Days like today, it's gonna be, about 5 hours. Just today. When I'm playing a game I don't really much like, it's gonna be much shorter, but usually I still try to get about 2 hours each session. So as far as the productivity, I mean, I'm there. I'm getting the hours in. But as far as like marketing myself to some kind of audience to generate the attention I would need in order to qualify as a Twitch affiliate, no, I'm not putting in that kind of work. Yeah, 50 followers in 30 days. I've been at this since October. I have 24, 22 or 24 followers. So, we're still a ways. Like, we're not even halfway to 50, and we're definitely well outside 30 days. Um, I maybe get like 2 followers in a month. Maybe. If I'm lucky. But again, I'm not trying to build some kind of social media presence or following. I'm just doing this as something I enjoy doing. It's fun for me. If people want to watch, great. Does give me a chance to work with an audience a little bit. Found him. Well, hey, if you want to drag your friends into this, go right ahead. Like, I ain't gonna stop you. I think I missed one. There we go. Now the count should be accurate. I mean, I don't mind having an audience, but, you know, becoming an affiliate, it's not what I'm here for. It'd just be a byproduct of what me being here leads to. And see, with the rating, that's a thing I have to figure out first before I start launching into it, because I don't know, like, anything about that. Don't know the proper etiquette for it, don't know, like... And most of the time, like, my channel is empty, other than, the two of you. Like, do I have to have some kind of audience for anything like that? Do they have to have an audience for something like that? You know, like... Like, if I'm on a raid, I want to raid it right, you know? I want it to be a pleasant and beneficial experience for all parties. Well, I understand the mechanics of how it works, but there's also the social aspect of how it works. Like, if I just go and raid somebody's, stream when they're in the middle of doing something, am I being rude? If I have no audience, am I being one of those just like, ooh, look at me kind of types that's just annoying and you just want them to go away and like. So, I want to make sure that when I do it, I'm doing it correctly. I'm doing it proper. I'm prepared for it. And, I do want it to be the sort of thing that is mutually beneficial for, you know, for me and them. I don't want it to be a strictly one-sided thing. Because I do follow a couple of channels, but from what I can tell, they've all got a much larger audience than I do. They've been at this longer than I have. It would probably be the sort of thing where most of the benefit would be me getting my name out there and not so much like anything for them. And I don't know. I think we're gonna need some detection with this one. Okay, so it's this way. Okay, it stopped. Okay, maybe it is down. Ah, is it over here? Hey, I think we found it. Well, see, there again, they get followers, but don't I have to have an audience in order for that to actually get them any followers? Like, that would be a good trade-off, but I would need people in my chat to participate in the raid. And most of the time, like, you two are around, but, like, the other, like, when you two aren't around, the chat's pretty much empty. So, well, most of the people that I would raid, they already have me as a follower. I already follow everybody who follows me. So, you know. Like, I feel like the raid part of things, rather than just follow for follow, um, the real benefit of that is when I have an audience, like, it's encouraging my audience to also follow them. I mean, you all are welcome to get my name out there and encourage your friends to check me out. But,
Rivali's gale is now ready.
like, I'm trying to let things happen organically as much as possible and not try to force it. Try to keep from being rude. Try to keep from, you know, making a nuisance of myself just to get a name for myself. That kind of thing. Oh, are we going to make it? Jump! No, we're not going to make it. Try to jump at the last second. Didn't work. There we go. Oy, what a climb. And we're not done yet, folks. We still have to get up there. But yeah, like, I want people to follow me because they enjoy, like, coming here, watching me stream, chatting here in the chat, engaging me in conversation, that kind of thing. Like, yeah, if they enjoy my content, by all means, throw a follow. I do follow back. If you just wanna follow to get a follow back, that's fine too. I'll be happy to. But like, if they're gonna follow, I want it to be because they want to follow. You know? Yeah. You know, if you're here because you want to be here, that's that's what I want people to be here for. I mean, I do try to provide some, entertainment for those who do come here. Uh, I don't know if I'm always entertaining. I can probably be quite dull and boring at times. But I mean, when you're doing something like, huh? Did you? I feel like this lizard just ruined things. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there are 3 snowballs and 2 pillars, and this guy just got rid of the 2 of the snowballs, and that may have ruined things. I'm hoping it's just there's a little seed dude on top of here. Okay, it is. There is just a little seed dude on top of here. Oh boy, we are way behind. There we go. Now the count's updated. I think. Yes, seed count is updated. So yeah, I mean, feel free to let people know that this is a thing that's happening. Let them know that, I don't just do one kind of content. I have a few different things that I do. I don't just play one kind of game, though I do play one kind of game for quite a while before I move on to the next thing. I definitely enjoy engaging in conversation about, you know, about games, game collecting, all of that stuff. If people want to talk about the latest news from, you know, Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo, by all means, I'm here for it. I'm no expert on anything, but I know enough to be able to at least participate in the conversation. Oh, we want to go the other way. We want to go south. Yes, south. But we need to get up there. There we go. Like I could give her a look, see what's going on her channel, but and we'll see. As far as like becoming an affiliate and whatnot, like if it happens, it happens. That's the way I look at it. If it doesn't, it's not what I'm really here for. You know? I mean, that's to say I'm not adverse to doing it. I'm not adverse to becoming an affiliate. It would be kind of cool. But I have plenty of income without streaming being my income. So it's not like I need that to become my job or anything. I am having fun with it, though. Do I have... I do. yeah, it's still recharging. We gotta climb the slow way. There we go. Now there was another one up here, right? Yeah, 2 more over there.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys feel like, helping me grow an audience, like I'm okay with that. Like I'm not against it. Yeah, the only reason I don't have mods right now is because my audience is basically you two. And you 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 aren't exactly a rowdy bunch, you know? So, like, because there has been a few people who have popped in and they've been like, hey, I can mod for you if you like. And it's like, I appreciate the offer, but who are you going to mod? Like, you're the only one in the audience. Oh yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind language. I tend not to use it myself, but that's just because, like, I'm trying not to get in the habit of that, especially since if I'm going to take the being a magician career seriously, even though I'm intending for my act to be more targeted towards adults, I want to leave the door open for like younger audiences to be able to enjoy it too. So, I would want to keep my language clean, but as far as like other people using whatever language, I'm not bothered by it. Well, yeah, I mean anything you guys want to do. I mean, I'm gonna leave it in your hands as far as if y'all wanna put some kind of effort into helping me grow the community around here. I don't mind it. I don't. I really don't mind it. Um, I've got the Discord server. It would be kind of nice to get an audience for the podcast, particularly because I'm hoping that that'll be something that has a bit of an audience participation element to it. Like, I want people to be able to tell me their weird stories, Like, what's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you? What's something you've experienced that you can't explain? Tell us. We'll talk about it on the podcast. That kind of thing. Because every Tuesday, Murph Strange Presents a Bloody Strange podcast is it's just that. It's talking about weird stuff. And if we could get guests for that show, that would be cool. Well, they're all welcome to, they're all welcome to check out what I'm doing here. I'll if I get time and I catch them when they're live, I'll have to pop in and see if I can learn a few things. 30 to 60 minutes of Tetris every time? Oof. Like, I feel like I would get tired of Tetris at some point. If that was me. Like, I would not be able to do that. I love Tetris, though. Like, I do love Tetris. I played that, oh, so much as a kid. So much as a kid. And, people like to say that's something that video games can't teach you a skill you'll ever use in real life, but play Tetris and then go bag groceries for a living. I guarantee you your Tetris skills are coming in handy. Gives them a bit of ritual to get prepared for the actual content of the stream. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their way of doing stuff. I don't think I'd be able to do Tetris all the time. I like that, you know, that's the thing. I do start my streams though every time with, welcome to Murph Plays. I'm Murph Strange and this is, whatever game I'm playing. But that's about as much ritual as I get into there. I do end each stream, though, with an overly complicated explanation of what I'll be doing for, like, the next week. But that's more just so that, like, if I forget what I had planned, I can just go back, listen to, like, the last 15 minutes of, whatever my latest stream was, and be like, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. So it's kind of a cheat to leave myself little notes, but at the same time it also lets anyone who's, watching my streams know what they can expect, so that if it's something they want to watch, they know what day it's going to happen, when to expect it. Because I know some people don't want to watch the Python tutorials. Coding is just super boring. Some people might have zero interest in the podcast because, everybody's got a podcast these days. Some people may have absolutely no interest in Metroid, and that's fine. I can totally understand that, especially Other M. I can definitely understand having no interest in that game. But, I like to let people know, but it's also for me to let me know, so that if I forget what I was going to do, was this the week I was going to do the thing where I switch over to a different game, that kind of stuff. Like, I just go listen to the last 10 minutes of the last one, and I'm up to speed with exactly what I had promised to do, and then I just do that. Where is this one? I don't like that. So let's do something about it. Get his attention. Look at me. Come on. I suppose bullet time. Okay. Huh. Let's see what the guide says. Do we only have 89 left? Yeah, that's right. 89 left. Alright, so. Where are we? We're there. Where is my guide map? There it is. That's there. What's it say? Petroglyph puzzle. Really? I don't know about this one, you guys. I don't know if this one's improperly marked, but it says there's a petroglyph around here, and apparently they've got it marked as being on the top of this plateau that has nothing on it. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've had something marked and been like, yeah, I don't think that's correct. Last week, there was, I think it was last week when we were in the Farron region with all the waterfalls, and one of them marked said something about, a balloon at the edge of a waterfall. There was no balloon anywhere by any of the waterfalls. Under them, next to them, anywhere. And the mask also wasn't reacting, and the mask does not seem to be reacting to anything. I think this one might be a dud. Yeah, no, this one's a dud. There is nothing here. Alright. I'm gonna clear that one. Because I am pretty sure that one is incorrect. Let's go take care of that one. I see a pinwheel. Yeah. There we go. I mean, I still used about the same number of arrows, but, you know, in the end, you can't argue with results. Alright, let's go snag that one. Which way do I go for that one? Little north, little west. Oh, it's another one of those with the pinwheel. Okay. That wasn't so hard. Let's see here. We've done that one. I keep forgetting to update the guide. Because you can mark things as being done on the guide, which is kind of cool. But not all of the information is 100% accurate on the guide. So, if you are following the IGN guide like I am, it's worth noting some of those seeds don't actually exist. It's not a huge problem though. It's not like, you know, there's massive number of them like some malicious attempt to confuse people is going on. There's only been a couple so far that I've run into that they just seem like they were mismarked, you know? Hoping it doesn't mess with our totals. Oop. All right. Is it this rock? No. It's gonna be underneath here, isn't it? Now we are getting closer to the Taluses. Our first one is going to be right here. That's another thing we'll be completing today is taking those 3 out. Looking forward to that. Alright, if I had to guess, it's going to be at the top of the really tall one, right? Yep. $85 remaining. Metal. We are working on the Taluses for the metal from Kilton. We no longer need monster parts for anything. What we need for armor upgrades right now is just star fragments. In fact, the only armor we have to upgrade is what you're seeing on this page. These things, and all of these, they only require gemstones and star fragments. We have plenty of gemstones for upgrading all of these. The only thing we're lacking is the star fragments. Oh, I think I lied. I think I also have to upgrade that. And these guys still have a couple levels to go. But those, you fight guardians to get the parts for those. So, that's it as far as the armor upgrades. We don't need monster parts for anything else. Oh boy. Okay, this one looks a little more complicated. Let's get... It's gotta go right here. Whoa. There we go. All right. Let's go try and do those. So our progress so far is not bad. We're about 2.5 hours into the stream. We still have probably around 3 hours to go. We only have 84 left to find total for the Korok seeds. Where is the block? Aha. There is the block. Oh, give me a second here. My nephew's dealing with something. Okay. So anyway, what's going on is my nephew. He just got a message from some guy who apparently his account got locked due to illegal activity, allegedly. And in the attempt to unlock his account, he put my nephew's a link to my nephew's profile instead of his own, and he's trying to get my nephew now to click this link that he sent him to prevent his account from being locked because it was a mistake on his part. And it's like, no, no, no. It's fake. Don't click the link. Steam's not going to ban you for activity on someone else's profile. So, that's what that was about. Yeah, we'll go do this one instead. There are a lot of shady people out there, you know? Shady people trying to take advantage of people who might be less careful about reading, less diligent about making sure something's legit when it's sent to them. What they may not have expected though was the kid that they're trying to mess with. His uncle is has basically taught people how to recognize scams. As well as taught people how to hack. I do all kinds of computer programming and, you know, whatnot, so like they ain't just dealing with some dumb kid who doesn't know better.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Huh. Let's see. Okay, the mask stopped freaking out, so it's probably up. Although that bit of wall looks a bit weird. Alright, we're getting further away from it. Yep, no, it's definitely up. Can't believe some scammer is trying to get my nephew's Steam account. Aha, we found it. It's in the tree. I think that's that one. I think. I wonder what we could possibly need to do here. We have 80 left. And our first of 3 Taluses is about to die. See, what I'm waiting for is like in the next Zelda, the next Breath of the Wild, they're going to do stuff like that. They're going to have decoy puzzles. You don't need to solve them. You get nothing for solving them. They're not part of whatever little scavenger hunt that game has going on, but they'll be there anyway. Why? To mess with you. Make you think it's something that you need to do. That's the sort of thing I would put in a video game. Decoy puzzles. Little red herrings, that look like, oh, clearly I've got to do this. Slide these blocks around or something. And then that doesn't do anything at all. Goodbye. There we go. Alright, let's go take care of those 2 and that one. And then we'll come back for these here. I don't know that we're actually going to get all of the remaining Korok seeds today, but we're going to get a lot of them. So we still have a few hours left to go here. We got about 80 Korok seeds to find. Yeah, you better run, Fuzzy. Now, I know for a fact we are going to surpass the goal that I had set out, which, this is just a little personal in my head. I'll be happy if we can get to this number. Because we only have to do 4 more, and we'll be there. That'll leave us with 75 left to find. But we still have about 2 hours at least that we can keep going. So, I'm feeling pretty good about our progress. I'm feeling pretty good about that progress. Now, I don't think we're going to quite hit the full, 100, uh, or, get all the way to 900, finish up the Korok seed hunt today. But if we end with only 75 left to find, that's not bad. I'm okay with that. We'll definitely have a lot less than 75 to find though, because it's not like we're gonna stop after these next 4. I'm a little tired, but like we're gonna keep going. Because this is certainly much more pleasant than getting my butt kicked in Metroid Other M repeatedly while I fight with the controls. There's enough variation here that it's not certain to feel tedious or anything. It's just, it's just 900 little puzzles. Though I do hope in the next Zelda game they take it easy on the number of collectibles. Uh, maybe trim it down to 500. Tone it down just a little bit. Um, I get it's a big map. There's a lot of room to put stuff, and like, why say no to something if you have room for it, right? But, oh boy, this gets to be it gets to be a lot of little puzzles. It really does. I don't mind something like this in a game. Just, why so many, though? And even more so, why 900? At that point, did you just run out of ideas and couldn't come up with 100 more? Is that what happened? Because I'd believe it. I would believe it. Of course, if they were going to make us do 1,000 of these. I would hope for something a little more substantial than what we are actually going to get when we finish this. Which is basically just a little trophy Korok seed that's bigger than the normal Korok seeds. And you can use it to make the really big dude dance. That's it. That's all it is. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Where is the missing thing? It's the middle of this one. The middle of this one is missing. Pretty sure. Yep. Now, where is it? I feel like we're getting a little far away. Although this one is kind of large, so, like, who really knows? Hopefully they didn't get super complicated and, like, you know, oh, we're going to put this rock on top of a cliff on the other side of the stupid map or something. Ah, there's a rock in here. I bet we can take this one. Perfect. Oh boy. Let's see. Alright. Let's go take care of these ones. Are you covering your eyes so you don't have to watch me kill wolves? Look, I don't want to fight them, but they want to fight me. It's not a choice I'm being given. Wee. Alright, we got that one. Let's try to take care of that one. Let's see, that one's a little bit to the west. Ah, it's another puzzle. Another magnesis puzzle. Not exactly a complicated one either. We only have 75 more to find. Too many hops. Alright. Let's see, where is this one specifically? Right there. Single rock on a wooden shelf. I'll bet it's that single rock on a wooden shelf. That would be it. That looks like a tree stump. Before we engage in any of that foolishness, I am going to want Rivali's Gale to be replenished. Doesn't have a real slow recharge time or anything. Oofta. Need caffeine. Alright. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to take out these last few on this section down here. And then we're going to take a small break from the Korok seed search. Take out these last two Taluses. Go collect our metal. And then come back and finish this up. But I may also take a few minutes to mark the Korok seeds out here in the desert. Because it's not like there's a lot of them. But it might be what we have left to do. It might be all we have left to do. Or at least I'm hoping it's all we have left to do. If it isn't, it means I missed a bunch of them. But I do want to take a break from the Korok seed hunting just briefly. So we can finish up that stone talus hunt. After all, we still have plenty of time. Still looking at about 2 hours left. I should eat something. There we go. Much better.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Yeah, sorry, little tree dude. If you thought I was going to run along all of those boards, you're crazy. Yeah, okay. See, I don't do coffee. I do sodas and energy drinks, but I don't do coffee. It's never really a taste I acquired. Okay, where is this one? I'm guessing it's right there. And don't worry, I know I'm weird because I don't drink coffee. Zeph thinks I'm inhuman because I don't drink coffee. She's probably correct. But, yeah, I'm just weird. I don't drink coffee. I was also never a fan of tea. I never really got the appeal. I've tried it numerous times, couple different kinds, and it's always been the same. This just tastes like leaf soup. I don't understand why people drink it. At least, for the taste, I don't understand why they drink it. I get it's a thing people have done for ages. There's tradition to it, and people actually like it. But I don't understand why they like it. My taste buds have never found anything palatable about it. It's, it's weird. But then again, I am the weird one in this situation. And I fully recognize that I am the weird one. It's not the only way in which I'm weird, though. Apparently, cucumber is just a thing people enjoy. And I do not understand that at all. Because to me, cucumber is extremely pungent, very overpowering smell-wise. You could cut up a cucumber and then literally scrub your kitchen absolutely clean as a whistle. But if I walked into that kitchen 2 hours later, I would still know that someone cut up cucumber in that kitchen. You don't like anything sweet at all. That's different. That's different. But when I tell people about the cucumber thing, they're usually like, "Are you crazy? Cucumber doesn't really have much taste at all. It's like the least flavor of pretty much every vegetable on the planet." But no, I find it incredibly overpowering. Homemade pickles, I can't eat those for the same reason because they still taste too much like cucumber. Um, I can eat dill pickles, but like store bought that have been sitting in a jar of brine forever. Those are the ones I can enjoy. The kind that don't have even a hint of cucumber anymore. Oh, you want us to go down? Okay. I was not expecting it to be a down jump. And they want us to go quick, too. Okay. Oh yeah, cucumber definitely has a taste. And like they don't argue that it has no taste, they just argue that it can't nearly be as strong of a taste as what I'm experiencing when it comes to cucumber. But like I find it to be just insanely like just overpowering. Oh, just missed. Cuz yeah, it's very strong in my opinion. It overpowers even Axe body spray, which if you're familiar with that, you know it's not a subtle scent. But yeah, like I can't eat anything with cucumber in it, not because I'm allergic, just because I find it overpowering. For me, the smell of cucumber is gag inducing because it's too much. It's too pungent, you know? Which is where I get the funny looks when I talk about it cuz it's like, what are you talking about? Like it's really, it's not at all overpowering or anything, but no, to me definitely is. It is awful. Oh, I kind of want to go chase that down. No. No. Stick to the plan. Ah, I missed. This one's tough. This one's tough. Allergic to perfumes, huh?
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Yeah, I've met a few people who are allergic to perfumes. I'm easily overwhelmed by them, but I wouldn't say it's an allergy. Uh, there has been a time, though, that it has triggered my asthma, just because it's been, you know, some things are just so overpowering that that's what they do. But yeah, I know some people who uh they have to be careful about like what detergents and stuff they use with their wash because the chemicals used in the perfume cause irritation. They'll literally break out just wearing it. All right. Try to get a running start here. Oh, we missed. We missed a lot. We missed by a lot. So, yeah, that one's not so unusual. That one's something I've run into a few times, I think. For a while, I thought my kid might actually end up with that same allergy because his mother has a similar allergy. Like, she's not allergic to, you know, all perfumes, but definitely does have a reaction to some fragrances. Certain detergents and stuff will cause her to break out in a rash. Not super severe, though. Just like she gets hives from certain brands of detergent. I can't remember if it was Gain or Tide, but one of those. Oh. This one's giving us some trouble, isn't it? Run, Link. Ah. See, he paused. You know, he hit the ground and he was all like, "Oh, my knees."
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Instead of just, getting up and running. Really cut into our time. Oh, so close. I can't even think of a way that we could, like, try to cheat this one a little bit. We're taking the most direct route to get there, as far as I can tell. I mean, the only way we could do this one better is if we could hit exactly the correct height on our drop before we hit the paraglider button. But, like, you're asking for a reaction time from me that I do not have. So, just hoping we can get close. So I bought a new game last night, and I feel like I'm probably spending more money on this one than any other person normally would think to spend on this one. I don't know if y'all remember the movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise, but when that movie came out, there was a, and I'm putting this in incredibly sarcastic quotes, movie tie-in
Revolving
game.
scale is now ready.
You know how when there's a movie, they have a game that's based on the movie. This was supposed to be that, except they didn't use Tom Cruise's likeness at all. um, the actual game itself bears so little resemblance to Minority Report, the movie, that I really don't feel like, you know, it's much of a movie tie-in. But I owned it on GameCube. I enjoyed it immensely. Oh, close. I don't feel like we're getting closer, though. We may just have to move on. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to move on from this one for now. We'll come back to it. Because I don't feel like I'm getting closer to that one. But, yeah, Minority Report. The movie tie-in game for GameCube. Um, kind of hard to find these days. Though I did find somebody who apparently had a lot of like 13 of them that they're selling. Like they're not selling them all as a lot. They're selling them individually, but they were also asking $35 a piece, which I normally would not have considered except like they're brand new according to their description. Which also makes me wonder, how did you have 35 brand new Minority Report copies of Minority Report? Were you the guy that like bought them out at your local Walmart and like have been holding on to them, hoping that this particular game might somehow like increase in value? Because I don't imagine there's a lot of people other than me that interested in buying them that they'd be willing to spend that much to own a copy. Especially since a lot of people they're like, "Oh, that game really wasn't even all that much, was it?" See, my guess is if anything that's what it is. I mean, we're going to see what happens when it arrives. If it's, shrink wrapped, looks new, like if the disc is all scratched and the booklet looks like it's been paged through quite a bit, and it looks worn, I'm definitely going to know that they lied about it being brand new. But I'm giving them benefit of a doubt here. I'm just hoping I get a decent quality copy of the game. Okay, there is a second one here, isn't there? Somebody just throw a rock at me, apparently. Am I missing something obvious? Probably. That's normal. Okay. So the mask is happy. The mask definitely thinks there's something here. Ah, there it is. Ah! Well, looks like we're climbing up again. If I was rich, I should have bought two. Yeah, no, I'm thinking I overpaid for the first one. Because honestly, it wasn't that spectacular of a game. I enjoyed it, yes. But, like, I don't think it's the sort of thing people are going to seek out unless it's something that they owned and enjoyed years ago, and they're basically just hunting it down because, like, it's a nice little adventure title to add to your collection that you're familiar with. But it's not the sort of game I would tell people to risk like $40 on the off chance that they might like it. Cause no, no. It's one of those games that what the heck is that? It's got some people that enjoy it, and then there are some people that are super critical of it because it doesn't do anything like it's not a revolutionary kind of game at all. It's not doing anything new. The gameplay does get kind of repetitive towards the end. Like you'll feel like, okay, we've done this already, we've done this already, we've done this already, that kind of thing. But it's still a fun little adventure. The story's still pretty neat. I actually kind of like the fact that it's not Tom Cruise in the game. Dude doesn't even look at all like Tom Cruise. Like, there was no attempt to make this dude look like Tom Cruise's character from the movie. In fact, it seemed like they went out of their way to make sure there was no resemblance at all to Tom Cruise. Which I think is kind of funny for a movie tie-in game, that the main character of the game bears absolutely zero resemblance to the actor who played him in the movie. But I think both of those, the movie and the game, were actually based on like a sci-fi story or something. And that would make more sense. Like, they were both based on the same source material, but like the game isn't actually a movie tie-in, you know? That would make more sense to me. Okay. Small break. Small break from hunting Korok seeds. Ah, we gotta wait for the thing to charge. Which means we're climbing. But the game has some interesting parts to it because all of the weapons you have are meant to be non-lethal. So, like, your gun just fires a concussive blast that
Revolver
knocks
scale is
everybody
now ready.
back. And so you spend the every fight just trying to fling the enemies away from you, you know? And it's got some fun ragdoll physics to it that make for some very funny fights. And that's the part I enjoyed about it. Was just this is something different. It's not the same. Uh, oh, we're gonna do another shooter game. Where you run around and blast your enemies away or anything. No, you're playing a future cop with a bunch of non-lethal weapons, and all of these non-lethal weapons are super high tech, super futuristic, and they do stuff like, you know, knock the knock the guys chasing you clear into next week. Like they'll still get up and chase after you more, but like, the idea isn't to kill the enemy, but to knock them out, or at least get them far enough away from you that they're not causing you any damage. So they're fun to play with. The game has some pretty interesting environments and whatnot. I wasn't a big fan of Minority Report the movie, but I did like the game. I did like the game. So I've got that one on the way. I have thought about buying Shadow Man for the Nintendo 64, but that one did also just come out or is about to come out. I haven't checked the status recently, but uh, it'll be available on the Switch, the remaster anyway. And I might just settle for that. I already have it on PC, but like the fun that I had with that game originally was on the Nintendo 64. I may still buy it for the Nintendo 64, but I think I might buy it for the Switch first. I don't know. I haven't fully made up my mind on that one. I'm still waiting on Castlevania Legacy of Darkness to arrive. I found a copy of that. I do have the other Castlevania game for Nintendo 64. I've been playing that one. I got to the really, really difficult part where you have to carry Magic Nitro through this big old clock tower kind of thing. And one hit or one jump and you're dead. And you have a long way to go with it, so I remember having the hardest time with that part when I was a kid. And yeah, it's just as difficult being a grown up trying to do it. Fun game, though. I played the heck out of that one. One of the interesting elements of that game that I particularly liked was throughout that game, there's this demon that will sell you stuff like various, potions and elixirs and whatnot. You know, so you can heal yourself back up if you take damage in a fight. Thing is though, if you buy too much from him, at the end of the game, before you fight Dracula, you have to fight him because he's got enough souls from doing business with you that he's now become this super powerful demon. Ha! They thought they had me fooled. We were going to go after the Taluses, weren't we? And then I promptly forgot that that's what we were doing. Oh. Crazy. Alright. Let's go do that. I didn't kill them this time. I just drove them away. But they have survived their encounter. But they'll think twice before messing with me. They're not fooled. They're not fooled at all. Too late. They know it's me. Alright, we want to try to go for yellow first. We're going to have to climb back up a little bit. What the heck? Did you follow me? Ah, that dang dragon. But, I did check to see if I had Rampage Total Destruction for the Nintendo Wii. Because I thought that might have been one that I had picked up. Turns out, it isn't. So I did order that one. I've also got that one ordered for the GameCube, but there is differences between the GameCube version of Rampage Total Destruction and the Wii version of Rampage Total Destruction. And it's a pretty substantial difference. I mean, there's 10 additional playable characters. So, I feel like I'm justified in owning 2 copies of that one. Plus, with that one, you're actually getting 3 games, because the special features of that one include the original Rampage and, I believe also Rampage World Tour, I think it was. So, like with each of those, I'm technically getting, 2 copies of 3 games at the same time. Still waiting on my copy of GoldenEye to show up, though. I've been waiting on that one for a while. Last time I checked on it, it said it was in New York, so it still has to get across the continent, but... What's up? I was gonna say, this guy's gonna make me work at it, but really not that hard. He's, got his ore in the worst possible spot. For him, not for me. Grab all this. Do I have room for that? I do. And we can get rid of that one. Okay. One more Talus to find. And then we get our medal. That's a phony chest. This one's not marked. What do we get if we put the mask on? Nothing, huh? Alright. Then I ain't gonna bother with it. I don't have room room for it. Don't really need it either. Oh, that one's real. What you got? Arrows? Ruby. Even better. Oh my gosh, they're riding bears! They're riding bears! Well, he was riding a bear. I lit that bear on fire. I kind of feel bad. He's gonna torch the whole place. I'm getting out of here. Sorry, Mr. Bear. He's still on fire. And he's still chasing me. Oh.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Okay, so things we've learned today. Bears burn for an absurd amount of time. And they will chase you if you light them on fire. Maybe don't light bears on fire. There we go. Now I got his attention. Pick that up. And you're dead. Alright, this one's gonna go over there, huh? Alright. Huh. Nope, nope, nope. And it's probably gone now. Yeah, that one's lost. Add that to the Wikipedia page for bears. Yeah, I think that would be That would be information. I'm not going to go so far as to call it useful information, because, you know. And they do burn for an absurd amount of time. That was some excessive bear burning. And I only accidentally lit him on fire. I wasn't even trying to light him on fire. And then he proceeded to light the entire area on fire by running around. Smokey became a fire hazard. For the foreign audience, which is all of you, Smokey the Bear here in the United States is a mascot that reminds us that only we can prevent forest fires. And apparently we do that by not lighting bears on fire. Because otherwise they will light the forest on fire. What are you saying, Knitting Link? I deserve to be chased by a flaming bear? I mean, probably. I probably deserve that. There he is. Didn't know the bokoblins could ride bears, though. Like, that's new. At least for me. I don't think I've encountered bokoblins riding bears before. Or if I did, I forgot about it. We sure did. Creepy. Oh, I suppose I should check. I don't think he offers anything new in the store after you've beaten everything. Well, I'm selling stuff. We want to spend stuff. Monster extract, wooden mop, spring-loaded hammer. We have the Bokoblin mask, we have the Moblin mask, we have Lizalfos mask, we have the Lionel mask. We have the Monster Bridle and Saddle, the Dark Hood, the Dark Tunic, the Dark Trousers. Yeah, nope. Nothing new. Kilton, you're done. We have satisfied all your requirements for all the things, and we have all 3 of his medals. Does Kilton burn? I don't know. He doesn't even seem bothered. Like, at all. Like, he cowers when you shoot at stuff around him. But he remains unperturbed afterwards. Like, he's not even angry. So, I don't know. He can't be bothered that much. Never seen anyone try that? Well, you have now. Doesn't seem to have much effect on him. But you can make him cower in fear. So if that's an ambition you have in life, well, there you go. He will cower from fire. We no longer need to track the stone taluses. I don't know how often that question will come up, to be quite honest, but we have answers. But the moment you suggested it, I too became curious. Like, what happens when you try to light Kilton on fire? Does anything happen? Well, we've now seen it for ourselves. Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that immediately springs to my mind, but, I wouldn't be surprised if there are other people out there who have wondered. But how many of them actually thought to try it? You know? We have the courage to answer the tough questions, not just ask them. Alright, we want to get to those and those. Well, you thought of it today. And because you did, we probably answered a question for, I don't know, I'm guessing at least 15 people have thought it. Maybe. I like to think there's at least 15 people who are just absolute pyromaniacs. Willing to question, will it burn on just about anything? Hush, little frost monster, go to sleep. Well, that wasn't what I was looking for. Must be this one. Oh, jeez. We got the dragon coming too. Oh, now he's throwing stuff at us. I don't think he can hit us, but he's throwing stuff now. He's mad.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Having second thoughts on the lemon sorbet? Oh, you couldn't grab the tree, Link. Come on. It was right there. There we go. Now, let's see. There's one there, and there's one there. We want to go for this one, I think, because it'll be... easier to go down the hill than up the hill. At least I'm pretty sure that's how gravity works. But you know, what do I look like, a lawyer? Wanted to get that one on the recharge since we only had one charge left. And we're probably not going to need it for a while. I'd like to think we won't need it anymore at all, but, you know, you never know. We may get cornered by a Lionel or something. Be nice to have as much to work with as possible, if that should happen. Aha! I see what's going on here. You want me to get this rock down there. Alright, well, let's try this. Huh. That, didn't work. That didn't work. We're gonna have to try that again. Okay, the rock is back. Stop, stop, stop. There we go. Woohoo. Almost didn't pull that one off. Alright, so now we go down the hill. I see a pinwheel. Must be that. Okay. Alright, let's see. Lemon sorbet got to making a sour face. We have to go north.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Okay, this one's pretty easy. Yeah, that's a legit treasure chest. My inventory is full. Let's get rid of that one. Oh wait. Let's get rid of this one. Alright, we got that one. Perfect. Oh, we are getting so close to done. There are 59 left.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Goodbye, lizard dude. Don't think he was expecting me to just leap 20 feet into the air. I do have to decide what other Nintendo 64 games I want to pick up. Because I'm still trying to grow my collection for that. And I had a bunch of them when I was a kid. You know, a bunch of games. But I honestly don't remember all that many of them. Um, I remember Quest 64. That's one that I want to pick up. That was an interesting little adventure game. I think I had Yoshi's Story, but I don't think I was a big fan of that one. And I know there were some fighters like Killer Instinct and Mortal Kombat. Probably have to track those ones down. Because I think it was 64 that Mortal Kombat Trilogy came out. Hmm. Where is this stone? Is that the rock? This is the rock. Okay. So I have to get that rock onto that plateau. Alright, we are into our final hour of the stream. I gotta start paying attention to the time. Almost. Almost. We almost made it. Nope, that's not the way to do it. Well, I think that settled his beef, too. I'm hoping I can just figure out a way to toss it up there without having to... No, no. Nope. It's a good try, though. Good try. Aw, come on, you're not gonna give me time to do the thing again? Oh, sure, there it goes. Ah, come on. I did it once, I can do it again. Pick up the rock. There you go. Hey! I didn't even have to freeze it or nothing. Alright. Where is that one? Northwest, just a little bit. There it is. Link, turn around, dang it.
The blood moon rises once again. Please be careful.
Grab the wall. There you go. Alright. Not too complicated. Only 55 Korok seeds remaining. Suppose if I move my avatar out of the way, everyone can see the map.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
You know, I still find it amazing that the Hylian shield has lasted the majority of this game. Like, they say it's not indestructible, but I kind of feel like it is. You know, I'm feeling like that's a lie. Because, I've only had to pick up the one. Kind of want that knight's bow. Okay, where do I find the boulders? Probably up there, huh? Yep. Alright. You jerk. You've had the Hylian shield break on you? See, I'm surprised I haven't. I don't know what it... I've never seen one break. Because the one we have, that's the one we picked up in Hyrule Castle. But we picked it up like way, way early. No! Oh! Hit it! Dang you, Link! Ah! So close! So close! If he had just been willing to take a swing at that stupid boulder, we could have knocked it back towards the hole and away from the cliff. Alright, this is the one that's got to do it. Let's try pushing it in this way, I guess. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Oh. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I would have to do to get the Hylian shield to break. I have not done it yet. Get out of here. Ain't nobody need your interference. Tip. Woo! We did it! Finally! I thought we would never get there. But we did it! Yeah, see, everything I've read is that they break eventually. And you can buy a replacement from Granty at the at Terrytown Village, Terrytown. But like, I've never managed to break one. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, you got to be doing some hardcore stuff, I guess. Because I have fought a lot of Lionels. I have fought a lot of Stone Taluses. I have fought a lot of Hinoxes. Enough to upgrade all of my gear, anyway. I fought a lot of Guardians. But, I'm still just on the first shield. I've done a little bit of shield sledding, not a lot. I don't do much shield surfing. Maybe that's it. I gotta do more shield surfing. That's supposed to drain the durability of a shield pretty good.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Oh, that would probably do it. I do tend to leave that on. Trying to shoot me? Okay, where does that go? Up there? Looks like there's a puzzle up here. I also tend not to do things like practice deflecting guardian beams. I know it's a thing you can do. And on occasion, I do get lucky enough that I'm able to pull that off, but I'm usually okay with just, like, blasting them with a guardian arrow or an ancient arrow. I know, weak sauce, but hey, it works, you know? Huh. Let's see. It's a flower. Let's chase the flower. Also, we should eat some food. You jerk. You absolute jerk. Okay, that was awful. Now, I'm not sure which one that last one is. Flower trail. Cube pattern. There's a race that starts there. I don't know. No, it doesn't start there. Probably finishes there because it starts over here. Normally, they mark those where they mark where they start. So I'm thinking someone mismarked that. Grab the wall. There we go. I did it. Oh man. We're almost to 5 hours. We're almost down to our last 50 Korok seeds. I kinda don't want to stop, but I have to. In a little while anyway. Because I will have to go pick up my son from school. But it is Super Bowl weekend. And I don't watch football. Like, at all. I've never took an interest in it. So, social media and television are going to be all about the big game on Sunday. So what I might do, if I get bored, I might hop on and we may just finish up the Korok seed hunt on Sunday. And pick up our last 50. where is this one? Natural hiding place. That doesn't tell me anything. Is it a rock? Oh, I see that. This must be what they mean by natural hiding place. Man, we almost cleaned up all of the markers I had put down, huh? Like if I didn't have to break to go get my kid from school, I'd just be like, "Ah, heck with it. We'll finish those up." But I'm afraid we're gonna have to
Rivali's
end it
gale is now ready.
so I can go get him. But with only 50 Korok seeds left, I feel like that's a good place for us to call it. But I'll get the rest of them marked up. We'll be running around in the desert next time, after we clean these up, obviously. I should also double check to make sure there aren't any that I've obviously missed anywhere else on the map. It's a big map though, so that might take some time. But depending on how bored I get on Sunday, I may pop in to finish up these last 50. We'll still stream this again on Friday, at least one more time, because we got to have our day of just messing around. Because we've done a lot. We've put about 200 hours into this. Um, we'll be at 100%. We're going to try to get the last of the compendium entries. Some of those we're going to have to buy probably, just because I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for us to just snap a picture of some of the things we're missing. And we still have the horseback archery and obstacle course, I believe it is. We have the knight's horse gear and the extravagant horse gear to pick up yet. Once we've done those things, then I will consider this to be 100% complete. Assuming I get all the armor upgraded. I still have to do a lot of star fragment hunting, though, for that. Which, again, that's just an off-stream task, because it's a lot of sitting around. Not a lot of action. Not a lot of action at all. So, let's see. What else we got going on? Tomorrow is Saturday. We'll have another public domain horror movie. I haven't decided which one yet. That usually ends up being a surprise for us both. But it'll be something good. And then Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, I'm going to be avoiding watching the big game as much as possible. So that may result in a bonus stream for us all. Otherwise, we'll finish it up Friday if I don't stream on Sunday. But we still have a few other tasks to complete. Not many. Not many. We are nearly complete with this. So nearly complete. It's actually kind of impressive that we have gotten as many of the Korok seeds as we have. We have been pretty much all over this place. I could add, we could also make a task of going to all of the shrines and collecting all of the treasures. But I'm not going to do that, because that, oh my god. Like, I might do that just myself in my fun time, my free time. Maybe. Or someday when we're bored, we want to hop back into this. Because I'm going to keep the save file. I mean, I'm not erasing it once we're done. It's 100% completion. We've got everything. We've done everything. We can play around with everything. If I want to hop in and monkey around with the physics and project myself across the map, this will be the perfect environment to do so without fear that I'm going to break something or anything, because we will have completed 100% of the story, solved all of the puzzles, done all of the quests. There won't be anything left for us to do other than break things. Some shrine hopping, just to collect the treasures, because that's all we've got left, and it's not even all of them. It's just some of them. We didn't get the little treasure chest marker at the end of all of them, like this drifting one. Didn't get that one. We didn't get that one. We got that one. Didn't get that one. Didn't get that one. And a lot of them, it might just be my pockets were full. So, I don't know if it marks it as complete when you have found the treasure chest but don't actually take the treasure. Because we can't take the treasure if our pockets are full. But there are still quite a few shrines we have yet to collect treasure out of, so I'll leave them on the save file, and we can toss it into rotation for our random Fridays, and who knows? Might become a thing where we occasionally pop in, loot a few shrines. That wouldn't be so bad. I wouldn't mind that. But yeah, so Saturday, public domain horror movie. Sunday, possibly another Korok seed hunting, just to wrap that all up. And then, let's see. Monday, we're back to playing Metroid Other M. We're making progress in that game. Hopefully, I can muster up the tolerance to actually finish that game next week. We're getting towards the last third of the game, I think, on that one. And then hopefully the following week, assuming I do get through that one, we can finally move on. We can move on to the other games in the Metroid franchise. I'm looking forward to that. Love those games. Tuesday, Murph Strange presents a Bloody Strange podcast. Me and Zeph are going to talk about Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. That'll be around 1 o'clock our time here, Central U.S. time. I think that's 7 hours later for you guys. 7 or 8 hours later, so that'd be kind of a late night before bed kind of thing. Wednesday, Python code, gonna try to finish up that app we've been working on. And then I do think I am going to take a break from Python and jump into doing a little bit of JavaScript. We'll come back to Python, though. No idea what that is. I know that's the GMT is the standard 00. You don't add anything to the universal time clock by which all of the time zones are based on. But I have no idea what my time zone is. I think it's 6 hours, -6. 6 hours behind that. I don't know. Someone else will have to do that math. My brain's fuzzy. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Python. We're gonna take a break from Python after we finish the graphic user interface for our Cruddy Buddy. briefly, not for very long, just briefly. I want to get started with showing you guys how to do a little JavaScript. Um, gonna have some fun building some really cool simple stuff with that, and then we'll get back to Python and do some sockets work, network, uh, network programming. Network programming is kind of fun. We get to learn how to send data across, to various systems. Thursday will be more Metroid Other M, because I doubt we're going to finish that on Monday, but we might be able to finish it by Thursday, or on Thursday. Friday, more of this, till we've done all of the things we're going to do. And then that'll be replaced by randomly selected gameplay. We're going to just pick a random game, give it a try, see what we can do with it. I am going to exclude from the random gameplay, though, major franchises, because I'm saving those for the Monday, Thursday sessions, till I've worked through them all. All the ones that I want, anyway. All the ones that I have. But yeah, that's what's coming up. That's what we'll be working on all this next week. That's what we'll be working on in the coming weeks. And, oh boy. Can you believe we're at 850 Korok seeds? Oof. It's a lot. But, yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for joining me on this incredibly long 5-hour stream. And we will see you next time.